Hello, Lolo. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/ShockSmile2. And if you're watching YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe like, maybe comment, maybe subscribe. And if you like to see, feel free to dislike and don't like. Either way, I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright. Yep. Alright, we good. We good. Let's get the game up. Good chill today. We're gonna do some Minecraft. It's gonna show up any second. There it goes. Alright. Okay. I gotta decide what I want to do today. Hmm. I guess work on. I mean, I don't think I'm very sure. So I might just work on stuff. At least for now. We'll see if anybody pops in today. At some point, I probably need to just figure something out. On the sand front. Yeah. Alright, there we go. There. All good, all good. Good, kind of break some stone to start with. Yeah, decide. I do need the courts to finish off the, another hotel. I do need that. Alright. I think it's pretty easy to break. Stone is just kind of chill, so yeah. I'm gonna... Anyway, let's just chuck some rocks in here. I could sell rocks for quartz, or I can do something else. I haven't. I guess it. Maybe sell wool. I have to look. I don't think I can. Maybe I can. I cannot remember. If I can, I might just start trying to do that. I'm gonna go check my shepherd. Because it might be that I can buy wool. If I can, I might just... Or rather, sell wool, rather. If I can, I could just try to get the amount of wool that I would need for that. And I really hadn't thought about it. But I do think that is a thing. I'm gonna go upstairs and check. And how much wool is it? I can't remember. As I said, I do want to get an iron. I forgot to look up how to do an iron farm. Yay. The parameters and stuff. I have the... I understand the basic idea, to be clear. I just... never... Alright, how much wool do I sell? Is it to sell? And there's another golem. Okay, you're who I want. 18 wool. You could buy... Wait, but you could sell 18 for an emerald. That's not really great. So yeah, I'm just gonna look around at what we got. I know this guy, I don't think... He buys potatoes. It's not really... Hmm. Oh. Whatever. What do I got out here that I can use? Why we do this? Still can't reach me. Just slightly. Nice. Hey! I actually got a couple iron golems falling down where I can actually get to them. Nice, because I haven't had any in a while. So they all have been so... upright. Okay. There we go. 11 iron. Go to sleep. Like 3 emeralds. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, I'm sneezing so much. Alright. I know I need 4 stacks of quartz. Plus what I need for the inside of the other buildings. Hmm. Yeah. I can sell coal, but again, it feels a little funky to do that. Hey yo, Chris. Hi yo, how are you? Are you still sick? If you are, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. I'm sorry to hear that. Man. So, you seen any of the videos on Hytale? Cool. Good to hear. Fair enough. I honestly think it looks kind of fun. I'm probably gonna get it soon. Mostly because, like, I really do. I think I meant, like, I like dungeon exploring kind of things, and I like that. I mean, obviously, that's kind of where I started going into Minecraft mods, was that whole... Good on you. I mean, that's up to you, man. But I'm just saying, for me, like, I like that kind of thing, and having seen some stuff, that definitely is what it feels more like. I mean, obviously, there's just in general kind of traveling around, but you kind of get some more of that vibe to it, which I do like. Yeah. You actually got a leader. Yeah, he's down there. Steal your stuff. I run away and probably let them despawn. I don't know. I'll get him. But yeah, that's my kind of, in general, the kind of game I do tend to like. But I actually do think it looks good for me, personally. Like, the kind of game I would want to play. So yeah, I will probably be getting it soon. But I don't know when. I don't know. We'll see. At some point. Hopefully in the next couple weeks. Probably just go with the basic version. I don't care too much about cosmetics. Anyway. So I'm trying to decide what we're going to do today, moving on from that. Because I don't know. I could try and get more quartz. I was going to look up what I need to do for an iron farm. I could make some decisions on that. But then I forgot to. Yeah, that's part of the reason why not yet on the Hytale, because that one's not on Steam. Which, again, I think is fair. But, yeah. At this point, though, as far as Iron Farm goes, yeah, I definitely need one. I'm just not sure, do I make it a one building space, which would be this? Or do I make it two, which would be a little bit more? So, like, it has two fronts, but then on the inside it's just one Iron Farm. At this point, I need one. Realistically speaking, I need an iron farm. I've tried every other, like, I could do just cutting down a whole bunch of trees, but I just don't really feel like doing that, and I don't want to go make a tree farm either. Because I prefer cutting down trees overall, I just don't have to do it enough to get, like, what I need. Yeah, no, I know. It actually is something that would make sense. And again, can be in the background. Just going. I don't know about a totem farm. I wouldn't be in here anyway. Plus, I don't use totems. Well, I mean, at least the base for... I know how they work, and technically speaking... I already have a bit of a supply. I just have to remember where I was, and then go back. Or I have to restart from scratch. It's not like a totem's gonna save me that much longer anyway. If I'm dying at that point, unless it's a thing like falling from something, which I usually don't die from. I mean, no, it's not hardcore. Haha, Chris. You know it's a chill game. We chill. I just can't turn fire tick off. Or patrols. Because, you know, I didn't realize those were things you had to turn off at the beginning. And, you know, I saw like they had a new snapshot today, right? So I see that, oh, you're going to be able to actually access those things in game. But still only if you have cheats enabled. And again, it's just like, okay, I can understand that for some of those, but I really do think for some of these things, like fire tick, I just don't think that's something that should be locked behind you have cheats enabled. If it's not locked behind it on Bedrock. Yeah, fire ruins things. Have you not wondered why there's no fire? I can't do fire. And beyond that, like, I can't have eternal fire either. Because fire tick has to be true. Which is kind of frustrating. Yeah. I need netherrack for that, basically. Or I have to do a campfire. And it's like, I get it. I could connect to land and do the whole thing to be able to do, but I don't want to do that. I really do feel like that's something that... It doesn't affect things that much that if I wanted to turn it off when I'm in game... Yeah, but I don't want to connect to land. I know land is just the local network and all that. But at the same time, I just don't want to have to do that. Just to be able to play with fire taking it off. Like, set to false. I don't want to do that. That is what I want to do. That's the biggest irony. That's why I didn't do cheat. I was like, oh, no. That's why now, whenever I do things, I do just leave cheat like that. Which is the irony. That should... because it's not like I'm left with, oh, I want to have the ability to just go in and be like, oh, I did some mining. I wanted the ability to just turn around and go, oh, I actually needed this. Or, oh, I do need to turn that off after all. Or, whoops, I forgot to and I can't. I mean, that's why nowadays, like, whenever I do, like, a modded world now, I just have the cheats enabled because it's like, what cheats really mean is the ability to actually do it, or, like, to adjust the rules. For the most part. It's like, yes, you could do the... Just a fire tick. I don't know. That's where I feel like it's like, if they're gonna start changing those things, I really would like them to adjust it the same as the Bedrock. Because they're not going to change it on Bedrock. And honestly, of all the things, I feel like it makes the most sense to be like, it's not like a cheat rule, you know? Because, realistically speaking, it's not gonna... The only thing it's gonna change is whether your build's burned down for the most part or not. I think maybe it also, like, is slightly less fire tech on you, so you don't die that way, but... At the very least, I don't want to have to go through a whole thing just to turn it back on. Or off. By the way, the opposite's true as well. Let's say I had gone in and had turned it off initially. But I was like, you know what? I do want it turned on after all. I still have to go and turn cheats on to turn it on. So that's where I end up going, I don't feel like that. Hello, Tomas. I'm fine. Yeah, that's where I end up going to. I don't feel like that is something that makes sense. Because it's in general with that rule. It's not the rule itself. Getting turned off is counted as a cheat. It's the changing the rule at all whatsoever. And it's like, I get that for things like daylight cycle and stuff. I do. Just don't get fire tick. Technically, yeah, fire tick being off means that I'm not on fire as long, but that also means that any mobs, if they manage to get into a safe place, are also not on fire as long. It has upsides and downsides. Well, they can't transfer the fire. They'll hit me. Anyway, I don't know. That's what the more I play, the more I'm always left with this. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things that to me, I don't feel like are as rule breaky as other things. And again, it's not even the act of having it off that's counted as a cheat on Java. It's the act of changing it that is. So that's where I kind of end up going to. I feel like it needs to be semi-separate. And it's like, I don't know. And it's like, I would say, I guess it's because of, like, servers and stuff, but servers don't seem to work the same way as single player anyway, so... Yeah. And most servers require a whole bunch of plugins anyway, so if there was a plugin for that to prevent that, if it was possible to do that, if you're not... I don't know. I just kind of end up going, I just kind of feel like in a single player world, or at least on Java, maybe it's not called the cheats. Or it's just separate. I guess that's where I end up going back to every time. I don't... For all the game rules in question. On Bedrock, it does not count a cheat to have it off or to flip it. You can just do that. Back and forth. Even if cheats have never been enabled, you can do that. Yeah. See, that's why I end up coming in from the Bedrock side and going, but that just, for me, doesn't make sense. Especially since, I guess this is something I do feel like, especially since on Bedrock, you actually do get penalized to some extent for turning cheats on. If you go from Bedrock to Java, and it says enable cheats, that feels a lot. I think there's things that are better about both. This is just one of the things I think is better about Bedrock. Is their UI, and I don't know what they're planning on doing. I don't like what they're doing with the UI in general, but I prefer how they handle just the game rules. It makes more sense. Oh, then keep inventory. I actually ironically think that on Bedrock, it's kind of silly that of all the things, considering if you add an add-on from the marketplace, that does not disable achievements as a cheat, but if you turn keep inventory on, it does. But that's a different kind of thing. I don't care, and to be clear, I don't actually care about keep inventory, I just find it ironic. That's a Bedrock L pick kind of thing. I think it depends. Realistically speaking. I have, when I was doing specific, like, modded worlds on Bedrock, because that was just basically one of the things you had to do with it. It was just the nature of it. Not a marketplace one. It was on something else. I don't remember. Like add-ons, I think. Because, you used to be able to do that kind of thing. But, I mean, obviously in that case, it doesn't work anyway, because it was counted as an add-on and all kind of thing. But, I more meant, like, see, I wasn't specifically saying, I was more saying the whole, if you get an add-on from the marketplace, literally, there's currently a semi-controversy with Bedrock in that there's literally an add-on that gives you free diamond tools. Like, no matter what you look up, then you get the diamond tool in question. And from what I can tell, you just get it. Or rather, there was one. Still kind of ongoing. And that did not disable achievements. So it's less about the actual keep inventory, it's more about OP marketplace add-on. Does pretty much anything. Just fine. So just to be clear, that's more along those lines. And I don't know, I think it depends on how you handle the keep inventory kind of thing. I do think it feels semi-cheaty on Minecraft in general. That's more because nothing happens to everything. Whereas, like, I'm gonna use Keepic Odyssey as an example. With Keepic Odyssey, when you die, you keep all your items, right? But anything that has durability loses durability. I think that's a fair compromise. Plus, also, if you lost all your XP. Something like that. And if you're not careful about it, that means that if you die, you have a chance at losing your stuff for good. Depending on how much durability gets taken and so on. You know? At least you know where your items are. Or, you know what? The graveyard, or the grave mod. I think if they were to bring something like that to Minecraft, the gravestone mod, that also would make me feel less like, I can see where people who do use keep inventory. Or it can be frustrating that they end up doing that. Because, I mean, think about it. Like, what was it? A couple months ago, right? Before the computer program started, but I literally lost everything in lava. And we had to start over from scratch. If I could have something that at least kept my items from burning up in lava. I think I'd feel less like, yeah, I can see where it feels frustrating. I don't know, maybe I'm just crazy. You... Roxy didn't take a chance to call me crazy, Chris. And to be clear, I don't care about... I feel like I need to specify, I don't actually care about that kind of thing. It was more... I think that's... Well, it's not a keep it Odyssey. I was just saying that it's got a keep Odyssey kind of thing, but it basically or keep inventory, it's just more... that your stuff gets broken. And there are things that you can get back level 1 of really quickly, but... it fully breaks. But it's like a harsh amount too, so that was more what I was saying. It honestly made me far more careful about dying than Minecraft ever has. Which is kind of ironic. Not like if I was doing hardcore, to be specific, but just like on a general everyday play where we're just fine. Mostly because, yeah, I might keep my items technically, but if I lose the item because the durability went out, that meant I just lost the item. I don't even have a chance of getting it back. Whereas here, I at least have some chance. Yeah, there's this Subnautica. Hey! Honey, what are you doing? Where you just drop all new items. The thing you brought with you and have. It actually destroys depending on your difficulty. But yeah. No, there's ways to handle it. I don't think it has to be. I just more was saying about the add-ons. It is super weird that they're just like, nope, you knew this, but not that. Cat, what are you doing? No, I do see you. That's why I'm asking what you're doing. Sitting on. No. No, 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 no. Gotta pause. He's apparently decided he sits on the keyboard. And I just have to put up with it. But that's not gonna happen. We're not gonna do that. No, we're not. That hurts, buddy. Stop stabbing me. honey. I know you're just giving me kickies like that. Your bony legs. Your bony legs. They hurt. You're literally mean. I don't want to hurt you. Kitty. I don't know if you could tell. Has decided that I must stop and pay attention to, or that I had to. I have moved him. Yeah, with his butt. So that did not go well. And my arm. Also was not pleasant. Because now my arm hurts. Alright. No, he doesn't do that. He's relatively good. All things considered. He just doesn't believe that I should be allowed to pay attention to anything but him. See his face in my face. And beyond that, he prefers to pee in his litter box, if he can. If he's peeing anywhere else, he's desperate. Because of his own stupidity. When I take him to my room when we're going to bed, I have to dump him in the litter box and just wait like 10 minutes. But he'll hold it. I could let it go a little longer. Or I could do it now. Anyway, he's just not always the brightest bulb when it comes to things like that. Is all. I do love him, but yeah, he doesn't. It also doesn't help that he literally makes him do it that way, so that's not really up for me. I don't. He's a cutie. He's a sweetie. But he does know how to push buttons. That he does. In fact, he seems to like the idea of pushing buttons. So, yeah. I'm gonna remove some items and I'm gonna come back and I'm just after I remove more items so I can pick stuff up. Cherrywood can go here. These can go here. You know what? We'll just chuck these in here for now. I'll probably end up coming back for more of this stuff later, but... yeah, but yeah, he knows what he's doing. I'll have to bring back the rest later. He knows what he's doing. Could buy some quartz. Some quartz. As long as I go around the long way, I do see some skeletons there, but it's fine. It's fine. As long as there's not really anything beyond that point. There's a creeper. Which is one. I can avoid it. You what? This one. Buddy, no, not now. Okay, yeah, he's there, but he's not going in yet because he's gotta talk to people. Make sure there's nobody in here. What you're doing, buddy? You. Luna, I do love you, but I don't want to hurt you. And you do make me very concerned when you do that. I'm going to end up hitting you. Not because I want to, because you are being the way you are. Yeah, I see you. And by the way, he's off his run. Now, that's an interesting question. Do you mean if I can get him to dance with me, will he dance? Or do you mean, like, on his lonesome does he dance? I can get him to dance, somewhat. He doesn't like it. Why are you so beat up? really swept up. Maybe he walked off a building, do you think? Anyway, like I said, I do gotta research the whole thing. I've gotten him to sing. A little bit, or rather to sing along. But it takes setup to do that. I knew it. You guys are so predictable. Anything, really. But it's gotta like be a specific song. I've gotta have done something he's interested in while I'm doing something. While I'm singing whatever it is. So it's not like it's simple. Y'all are stupid. Alright, but it's cute when he does it. I mean, you can't really sing. He'll go meow, meow, along to the beat. Like in time. But like I said, it really has to be like I was doing something else first that he's... And over time, he eventually will start kind of singing along. Eventually. So it's more like he cries. More than sings, but it's still cute. Whines, really. So like if I sing a specific song, like whenever I feed him, right? He'll start, like as I'm doing feeding him and singing, he'll sing along. Following with his little meows. Or anything along those lines. Kind of Pavlov's dog style, but in the sense that he sings along to it. Which is absolutely cute. But yeah, it takes a lot of preps that work, blah blah blah. But even then, it's not guaranteed, it's just that he will. Normally he just whines though. He usually just whines. And pleads and begs. For what he wants. Doesn't really matter if, like, what it is or whatever. Or if he's then just gonna be like, meh, afterward. Like, if I make myself a bowl of rice and something, right? I mean, no, here's a good example. I get myself a boiled egg, right? He will start begging. He will whine. He will plea. He will sob. He will insist that he needs this. Only for if I give it to him, for what he will do is he will take one sniff. Like, I'll give him like a little piece. Look at it and look at me like, what'd you give me that for? And then start whining for what's in my hands again. The same boiled egg. But he just got a piece of it. Mostly because I know he doesn't actually like boiled eggs. I'm like, you're not gonna want it. Now, if it's cheese, he will want that. He'll want the cheese. He needs the cheese. So, I actually do believe those lines. But mostly just because I know he likes cheese. And will steal said cheese if he has to. Thank you for the follow, the evil chipmunk. How are you this evening? I hope you're doing well. Okay, we're gonna buy more quartz, and then... yeah. I mean, I know the things that Buna actually will want and feel. 9 out of 10, it's either something sweet, cheese, or this is my long-term world. I'm just kind of working on gathering some quartz to finish my nether hotel. I'll show you in a second. This be my Cherry Blossom village up here. I just build in general. It's a post-apocalyptic, semi-dystopian style world idea. Or that's the idea, rather. You know what? I need this. Alright, and then you need to give me... And then I gotta go quickly buy the quartz and I'll be back. Oh, more iron golems. I'll have to kill them. Eventually I have enough iron to... is anybody in here? Actually, they're both in here. Perfect. Alright. It is an artist called Utha Riley. I found out their music... Like, I started listening or their music on Pretzel Service, and I found out that in general, as long as you... Well, not even if you credit... Just don't claim it's theirs, but I feel like you should credit the artist, because especially I do like this music. I'm just quoting their website and everything. But I liked it, so I started using it. Yeah, whenever anyone asks, I will absolutely. Yeah, I'd like, dude, please see credit. But let's say the artist is Utha Riley. And yeah, I just like epic music. So finding out, hey, I'm still allowed to use this music even if I'm not using this service that turned out to be kind of scammy in other ways. I'm happy to. I'm happy, and like if that's upset, if I ever like, I won't mind. But yeah, Alright, let me get these guys. Perfect time to get the... Yeah, he's gonna kill me. I can't move. It's fine, we're down here. We're safe enough. I'll go get my stuff. I don't think I could throw chicken. See, and that is why I don't know. 3 blocks up. Nothing. Maybe there was a stair. Should probably backed up one. It's fine though. It's fine. It's not hardcore, so it's fine. Was there? Yeah, there's a stair there. Although I don't think you walked on it. Maybe that one? Okay, well. Yeah. Is that everything? Pickaxe, pickaxe. Ho, ho, ho. Sword. Yeah, that's everything that I care about. Oh, there's a guy behind too. Man. Well, well, well. Oh well. Alright. Well, that's fine. We're moving here. You can't go in there. No, you can't go in there. You're not here. You can't reach me here. He's almost beat up anyway. Take that. I just realized, was I had a chicken or did I not grab my chicken? I might need to go get more chicken. I just didn't grab it. That's great! Amazing! Got my food. Alrighty. Yeah. Well, I need 3 hoes for... just in general. Really only need 2 at this point, but I just ended up getting a whole bunch of ones. And then there's you. Because you can come up. Yeah, this is my cherry blossom. This is, well, to be specific, this is what I thought they would maybe do if they were to do a cherry blossom village. So in general, it's honestly kind of just design, which I realized just how well the or how like kind of blends in the nether brick was to that, which I love. So it's kind of nice to be able to have where it looks like you've got little trees too. I like that. Alright, I don't think he can actually reach me. Yeah, especially if it goes there. Alright. 4. But yeah. I do too. That's the thing. I do really like how that came out. I wasn't sure if it would when I was just putting it down, but I did like the final result, so that's why it stayed like that. But yeah. And the only reason, but I wish I could have my villagers actually be allowed to free roam. Because I really wanted them to be able to, because I was like, okay, this can be like an actual village. Other than in here, we've got a couple. For like the jobs I forgot, or the one job I forgot, really. Blacksmith, armor, and weaponsmith all share a building. What's this building? We go inside. Let me inside, guys. You got a little hearth. I just thought it kind of would make some sense to put them together. No, sorry, the armor is not in here. The armor is separate. They're down below. The frustrating thing that I realized is they're not able to tell. Like, if they have a job over here, this is why these guys are trapped in here now. I didn't want them to be. I really did want them to be able to wander. But if they have a job here and they come over here for, like, greeting other villagers, which they always continue to do, even if they don't need to, then, or they sleep over here, or they decide to, then they don't know their job is there. Which is so frustrating. Not because I'm like, against them, they're just like, I want them to be able to remember where their job is. I really wish I could have a village that could actually have that be the case. But no. Can't do that. That would be ridiculous. But yeah, I just kind of looked at a Plains village and a few of the other villages, saw that most of the house buildings are just kind of this. And then I kind of went from there. I've got a giant library, because I just kind of thought a library like this would be nice. And I took, like, I have a design on my, like, some of my private worlds that I had done of this, but different wood, and I thought it'd be nice. I thought that would be a really good art, Fletcher. Especially if you had, like, a little archery thing on the side. The frustrating thing is, like, yeah. But honestly, at the moment, I'm actually working down here. If I could show my favorite view. It's going to be a little dark, so the mobs are going to start spawning, but it'll be fine. For this, just to look at this, because it's so cool. I'm just happy because I finally finished at least the front part of the street. I need to actually build the buildings in, but like if you take down the, because I don't have any resource packs. If I did, it'd be awesome. It really is. Like I said, they're so smiling. But like, I'm so happy with how it's slowly coming out. Like that's how the street is. You can walk down and no mobs will spawn here along the street. They will spawn in there, but like, I'm not done yet. I'll show you spawns, yeah. So you can just see nothing spawns. It's nice, but I've got this like. I was worried it'd be too dark to be able to actually have this, but. And then the wall. I'm so happy with how this is coming out. Slowly, but surely. Many years of work. Dang. Many years of work. Let's fix that, because we don't want you guys to have it be too dark. Mobs can now spawn over. Eventually, I'd like to have every street kind of match that. You guys. Is there anything else around here that just kind of spawned in? I think so, actually. We got pretty good. A couple creepers, nothing crazy. Although I do need these guys to despawn because I have my creeper farm over there, my gunpowder. need to go get food. Alright. Other than that spider, the mob should be gone. Oh, spider's gone. Okay, cool. Do the food. Not that I'm against fighting them, but yeah. Beyond that, so we got a whole bunch of quartz. I'm gonna cook up about half of it, I think. Oh, I need to go sleep again. And then I'll go cook up about half of it. Oh well. Alright. Let's gather some berries, because we're just... that's what I'm doing, so I can figure out how to do a iron farm. I haven't looked that up still. So we're just kind of gonna stick to mainly killing those guys in the village probably for a bit. And then I'm gonna do some iron. That's like 10 emeralds. Alright, yeah. Forgot to actually start cooking this. But yeah, if I cook about half of it, I think that'll be... but, and beyond that, this is just one section. I've got like a Christmas section. I've got a, let's do this. I don't know, I think I might even do like... I do have some... I could make some green dye while I'm doing this as well, because I have this anyway. Might as well. Just take this and... Got a lot of iron, but the iron really isn't for selling. I know I had 20. Let me take back what it's about. Or did I have 40? Nice, I have 40. I actually think I have 40. Yeah. So like, wait, how did I get that much? I didn't say that loud. Sorry. But yeah. Yeah, this is just one of our chill here. We don't do too much. I just built. If they actually ever do an end update, we'll go to the end. Not that it will ever really affect some... Yeah. Well, I guess unless they like do something that actually would affect the lore to some extent. If they actually add a way back that isn't returning to your spawn point, then we actually will have reasons to do stuff with you. I mean, I guess technically you could maybe make a portal. But you couldn't get a flint and steel anyway. Fair enough. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Other than Caves and Cliffs, that's the last one that really did anything different. Everything else is either hidden away or not that special, realistically speaking. And kind of, how do I put this nicely? You can tell that they basically just expected people to tell them if there was anything wrong, and then they ignored it. So I honestly don't feel like it's that far off to be like, yeah. In all honesty, the last real big update was Caves and Cliffs-ish. The last, I'd say, that really and truly affected anything was the Nether. That was Caves and Cliffs. That's when they added copper. Literally the update after the Nether update. They keep adding stuff for copper, but overall it doesn't really affect the game enough to be kind of worthwhile. Yeah, you can make a copper golem now, but I mean, yeah. And I'm... They added that with Caves and Cliffs, and the reason why was because now you get ore from everything. So to make it easier to store as you're walking around. Technically. Although the easiest way to store is to just silk touch it anyway, but... But, like, overall, honestly, they've mostly just nerfed stuff. Here, I could show you one of the ancient city, what's currently left of it. And you know what? I'm gonna say something that I just, you know, you're a new person to see my rant. They didn't even try. They did not even try. I mean, I've done a lot here. Anything on that side is mine. And this. I changed the way this bridge was because it ticks me off so much. Because they can't do... They just... Quality control is... not a thing. I get what they should do this. I think the worst... Like, there's things for me that I hate just as kind of semi-OCD. That once you see it, like if you have any OCD, it's just like, why? Yeah, Dracapis. Not really anything else. Alright, because it's so bad. And this is one I do go with. Beyond the fact that they have a lot of even-shaped structures into odd-shaped roads, but, you know, you can go, well, that's fine, maybe, even if it's the road structure. Here is the center statue that does not align properly because the building they put it in is an odd-shaped numbered building on numbered blocks, while the statue itself is an even number block structure. Welcome to tech. And you can tell here, because you can count, that's 1, 2, 3. And if you look on this side, you will find that there are only 1, 2. Because they basically had to shave off a tiny bit on this side to make it look like it fits. But if you look at it straight on, which is right here, this is the center, you will notice it is just slightly off. I hate it. I hate it so much. And beyond this isn't really much of a city, considering of the structures that are... Nah, I haven't bothered. At this point, it's been in the game so many years. Yeah, you're right. I'm indifferent to it. Here's the thing. You know that they know. Because otherwise they wouldn't have cut off a little bit on this side, and... At this point I'm indifferent. And you could tell they cut off the back of it too. If you look here. With every other way these are kind of bad. Because the structure clearly isn't the same as this. And you know the worst part about this? This is not the warden. This statue isn't even of the warden. At least not the one we got in the game. So, yeah. Because if you look at its little knobs on the side here, and this is how they look, this is how they always are, it's either broken down from here, or like this. This is not, they have little tentacle-y things. Yet every single instance of the warden here in this city, overall, for the most part, is this guy. Not the warden. And I really and truly do not understand. Like, the more I've looked around at these things, the more I've realized how stupid this is. Like, like, on my Bedrock world, it's like, I don't know if it's actually working or not, but on the Bedrock world that I have, I've rebuilt so much of it. But, like I said, I would go, but I was just left with realizing they know. You can tell they know, because otherwise it would be off on the bottom. That's how I realized to look at the how it was, because it's like if you just count from here, it's the exact same all the way around. They made sure that that's all the same. But the statue itself doesn't actually fit. And the thing is, making this one block whiter would have overall been somewhat better, but the problem is then it wouldn't connect to the road, because all their roads are odd. All their roads are odd. And yet all their, like, half their structures are even. These are things that should have been caught way... And I only, like I said, I only even ever noticed about 2 years ago, because we're rebuilding the ancient... The idea was to rebuild the ancient city for Halloween. In the end, I started doing something else entirely, which was just refurbishing, redecorating, blah blah blah, which is what I'm doing here now as well, but... It was just kind of left... I was just left with... It's like... They knew. You could tell they knew. Yeah, all routes do lead to nothing. This city is lucky. They have 2 freezers, so they actually have food. Most don't. It's like they have a bathhouse structure and they have a food structure. And yet those are not guaranteed. It's always these. Which is why we call these ancient campuses now. To some extent. Because it's stages, or the semi-church things. If I can find one to show. Also, the design is not of the warden. And this might be a house. Maybe. It's just kind of frustrating to go through, because the more if you look around, you'll find so much of that. No, wait, it's over this way. And honestly, like at first I thought, it's not that big a deal. But it just, I know, it kind of bugs me. Also, these are off-center. You can tell if there's a road behind it, how off-center it is. Because the roads will always end up running into the side of this. Like this one. It's pretty obvious the statues are supposed to be, like, here. Like, if you actually rebuild them in these sections, they actually fit really perfectly. And then, you know, you just walk through the road, which is, it's a 2x2 road, but still, it kind of works to go into a main road from that. Like, the more I just... It's one of those things for me where I'm just like, at this point, I feel like people should... It's just like, for future reference, because I mean, at this point, it's implemented to the game. They're not going to fix it. If I had known... Like... time, I definitely would have reported, because I would have been like, yeah. The real answer is because they don't expect anybody to actually, you know, live here, which is the thing that bugs me most whenever they just... I kind of feel that way. Yeah, I won't deny that there is a little bit of that. But it's just, it's the kind of thing where I'm left with, I think the thing for a lot of it, other than they just didn't bother to even count how, like, is it odd or even? To keep things kind of in line. The thing that bugs me most at this point, that I just feel like, how? And I added the walls here. So I just the light on the sides and all that. And it's to get rid of this leveling. Just to be clear, that's not them. They did not do that. Let me see. I think I have one still over here. But I think the thing that is, it's just like, so they supposedly already had the warden designed before they started working on the ancient city, right? That's what they've said. Because it was just supposed to be a little thing. Da 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 da. And yet, if you look here, again, this is one of the proto designs, the early designs, if you look at that, for the window again. I mean, they were like, oh yeah, totally, the creaking, yeah. But in reality, every single one of the designs that have been basically used are early designs that got, in theory, scrapped before they ever worked on the city. By what they said, specifically. So, why didn't they actually use the actual warden's design? And I think you could have where some of them have it broken off and stuff. I think that would make some sense. Like, oh, it's a good way to kind of show age and stuff. But like with this, The ear on this side is the ear that's correct on all of them, whereas I've done this. But this matches up to the warden, and this just doesn't. It feels frustrating. Like, you go in, you expect it to be... I wouldn't necessarily expect it to be perfect or anything, but I would expect it to at least kind of, sort of... How do I put this? Try. And yeah, I'm not playing on Bedrock, so I can't show that one, but I actually don't know if I actually did manage to save that one, or if it is just gone forever. I have to hope it is for realsies. But I haven't been willing to go back in. But... my biggest problem is it just didn't take much to change things to kind of make it match better. This bridge is an excellent example. Normally this bridge... the thing is, it's supposed to be the warden. I don't know if it's supposed to be that it just finally showed up and attacked, or if it's supposed to be... They don't specify. They leave it to the imagination. But, like, it's something they clearly probably worshipped anyway, even if it then showed up and killed them all anyway. I do feel like... or they need to add something else to match this actual design to be like, that's what they were actually worshipping. That's what's... but... like I said, my biggest problems are that, plus the fact that most of the buildings that spawn in are buildings that would be for either, like, plays or classes or the like that. And statuary. And pillars that wouldn't hold up the ceiling. Like, I still don't... this thing would not actually hold the ceiling up. Because you can see the ceiling's up there. It's not tall enough. They never are. It's not even tall enough to be above the buildings. So it kind of just feels like... no. You can see here that it's clearly supposed to be ceiling above it. Whereas the bridges are typically, like, yes, I cleaned this up, but this is how the bridge would look, but one shorter. We also have a bridge over this way, I think. Either on this side or the other side, but I think this side. So we can see kind of what their bridges do look like. And no, it's not a pillar that would hold it up. That's only seems to be supposed to be for the ceiling, but the only thing it's above... and here as well, these are, again, if you look at the top of them, clearly supposed to be holding up the ceiling, like for some of them. Can you actually get up there? And yet again, it just kind of doesn't work. Because then they're holding it up so that you have like a view of the statue, but you wouldn't have a view of the statue from this. So you would assume that then obviously they're meant to be symbolic. So then when you look at them, you can tell for some of them, these don't have it, but a lot of them will have bits of ceiling showing they're holding up the ceiling. It gets weird. Anyway, it's not that big a deal. It technically, it frustrates me. It gets... There's so many things like it though. Like, well, again, these you can see. I think that's the only like. There's always a corner of this building that is just slightly wrong because they clearly are supposed to be like this. Like you can go over here, and they should also be the tall ones. And you can see again, it's the tall one here. And here, it's also the tall kind, so it's supposed to be that, but it's not. And it's not the it's broken kind either, it's just it's the wrong one. They couldn't fit it into the building, I guess. I have spent way too much time in these. This is why I am so very aware of what they have done and don't do for it. At least from as far as I can tell. This one doesn't have it. Actually, no, I took it down, but they always have it where even though it's technically two even roads, it's one large odd road. That's how the thingies that are on the side and there are built. So again, you have where the roads are odd. And if they do have road that comes down, like this isn't rubble, this would be the actual way down. Let's see. Usually, well, not that one necessarily, but there's several that will be actually clearly that. Let me see if I can't find one. I think this one's supposed to be too beat up. But it'll go down and it will actually have a road off of it. Everything else will be all even around it. It'll have... They've been designed around that. The other side doesn't have one. But yeah. I've gotten kind of super... Yeah, I just kind of got into the actually following kind of thing. Yeah, frustrating because this one doesn't have it. This is... yeah. No, it's semi-procedurally generated. Actually, it is. It's just that the pieces. What I'd say is the thing you'll find the most often are there'll be buildings like... Things that you're guaranteed to find are these statues, the church I showed you over there. You might find one of these types of houses here. That has this like this. You get kind of lucky. Like, if you're... And it's not about... Actually, no, let's show you that's not lucky. You'll have probably 1 to 2 of these towers usually. Yeah, you'll have a church. And then the thing that looks kind of like a play... Yes, the giant support statue always will appear. Things that you're not guaranteed. Freezers to store food. Oh, yeah, here's another one of the churches you can see from near the windows are again. But you're not guaranteed the freezers, and you're not guaranteed the bathhouse. This is, after those two, the next least likely. This one, like I said, this one actually, it's amazing. It had 2 freezers. 2. Incredibly lucky. But, you know, city infrastructure, you're not guaranteed that. Classrooms and churches, absolutely guaranteed those. Yeah. Ice box. There's little ice in them. Yep. It's probably partially because of the loot that they put in all of them, but it's very strange that you're not guaranteed at least one bathhouse and one place for food of all the things, whereas you are absolutely guaranteed to get at least one of these over here. You'll probably get like 2, 3, 4, 5 these. If you need to see, like there's one here. See, there's one over there. Actually, I think 2 over there. Which, as you can see, like if I was to... Well, this one's not really easy to see. That one's easier over there. I'll go over there. But you can kind of see, but if you remove... Like, I'm the one that put in the wool. But when you don't have the wool, you can see they're kind of designed with, like, maybe you would have, like, a little play or, like, a class here kind of thing. Or just another... But you don't live here, you don't sleep here, you don't look anything. In fact, this is why I honestly think it could be like a playhouse. Or a classroom. And you'd have it where you walk out like that. With the stage. The thing in the middle? The statue? No. Oh, or that, no. Just another statue. Little statues everywhere. And a human skull. The fire is a, basically an altar at the top here. When you get up here, you can see it is pretty obviously a... Like, because someone would walk up here and they'd be like... The warden, da-da-da-da-da, kind of thing. The fire. But yeah, nothing around the concept of actually... You know, living in a city, really. The few houses that maybe would be houses don't really have anything that indicate anything it could be other than there's a chest and it's technically the same size as a villager house. But then you have this in the center. This is the statue. Research. And cells to keep something in that got out. Most likely a warden. You could see... But do the different things where you would put down a book and you go through and that. And if you shoot this, that turns on the light. All the different types of redstone. But, yeah. No. While this one does have a village next to it, most of them don't. Ruined or otherwise. And this itself is referred to as a city. It's weird. Anyway, that's what we end up calling it, the Ancient Campus. Or I try to remember to. Because it's more like a religious campus, or like a school. Or research. Like you said, you'd have very few people living here. Overall, and it would mostly be about research, studying classes, da-da-da-da, thesis. That would make sense. Even the way the roads are, which are like this. You walk through, you'd be walking, well, actually like this, but I can't do this tall. as you walk through. It makes sense like that, but it doesn't make sense of the city. Anyway, overall, this place is annoying, but there's not really much use here. More like ancient campus. That's why I said ancient. And as far as, it's not exactly beer, but a large amount of the loot, mostly because of the warden. I've got some of the loot over here. But, you do find a lot of potions of regen. These are the only things that were not in here. Lots of regen potions. I don't even have all of them. So... I think we could... Yeah. I'm just saying. There's a lot of them. And there's nothing but pants. And hose. That's the kind of equipment you typically find here. There you go. See, I told you, it's a campus. I don't... Anyway. But overall, yeah, I'm not really sure what the idea was with it. I do think that it's just a whole bunch of pieces thrown together to be like, look, it's a city! And I could believe that, where if they had like 4 or 5 different designs going at once. And then instead of just picking one design, or, you know, adjusting them to fit with the final model, they just seem to have instead done they throw all the buildings in together, but none of the buildings have anything to do with the actual warden. And we're not adjusted accordingly. I mean, here, yeah. This is where this is how the ears are for the statues. I had to clean out the rest because it was all skulk, but like you can see, they're too stunted. If you've seen a warden, they've got like these fluffy frill things on the sides, feathery like sides, which would match with just doing something like this. It didn't even take much to do it on the small one. Just adding like 2. Yeah, antenna. Exactly. It's got little antenna to be able to tell where you are, sound-wise. And I just kind of feel like... Did the skeleton actually make it down? Or was that just the light tricking me? It looks like it was the light. Because nothing can spawn up there. I very carefully did that. Nope, yep, it's just... I built these buildings, I think you can tell. Now, mind you, I don't think I've done much better. I just done little things. But, yeah. At least houses that are kind of clear houses would be nice. Or, like, because when you consider that the other buildings aren't fallen down, and this is something that, again, I'm left with, I don't see why it's not done this way, but if the other buildings overall are mostly kind of held together, I feel like a house building would potentially be able to hold itself together as well. And I wondered, is this supposed... I've thought about going and seeing like what's supposed to be in the code for these, right? Because it kind of feels like a house, but then when you actually stop and you look at it, it feels more like it could be a clinic rather than a house. The way it's been done, but it might be a house. But again, it's one of the rarest structures that spawn into these places. And then it's like, well, maybe this is a house, but like it has a wall. It doesn't have anything that might even indicate. Also, how did chests survive but not beds? Sun rising or setting? Oh, rising. Anyway. And in all honesty, most of the updates have been like that as well. Where they're cool ideas. Like, it's nifty. It seems like a great thing to do here. Yeah, you could build a base you could have here. But in practice, when you stop and you actually look, you're going to be like, it's just going to basically be better to just gut this place. And then, once you've gutted it, start over than to actually build a base. And I honestly feel like that's a shame. And as I said, I adjusted this building. This would not look like this normally. Normally, it's one skinnier and one shorter. I don't think it looks that bad to do it like this. I think it feels kind of cool. I can't show what it originally looked like because I'd have to go find a new ancient city. But yeah. If I'm like in an ancient city and I'm gonna have to actually be in one, I am going to do that every time. If I go, I'll go find that bridge and I'll go do that. Because I just don't like the bridge. Mostly because of Bedrock, where it was literally going from the road. It went like the road was in. This is how you can find out that it's like normally the way that it goes in is it has the road come up to it, and then it has like one of these blocks, not here, this one I believe, like that. So it looks like that, and that just so it fits. Because they cannot make something that fits when the road is even and the building is not, the structure. Yeah. Possibly. Except the thing is, the buildings are the things that are even, right? Like an even length across. But as I said, overall, and here's the thing, I don't think having, like, I think I need to specify this. I don't think, like, the house thing over here, right? This thing. I think that thing is okay to be uneven, or to be an even structure with along the side of the road. Because this wouldn't necessarily mind, right? It'd be a house. So I think this one's actually odd. So, you know. 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, this one's actually odd. I think. 6, 7, 8. 10, 11, 12. By even. So, yeah. So I don't think this is, like, horrible to have that be the case, because I think this makes some sense. Right? Also, there's... yeah. Obvious place to put bed, also where put balcony. Yeah, this place. So, like, I don't think, like, this kind of structure, but I think a structure that connects to the road, especially if you're going to make the road odd, even if it's just to have it be two roads that are even, with the thing down the middle, I do think that is where I would say I would ensure that that building is also odd. Or vice versa. If it was two even roads that are even, and because they don't have like a thing in the middle, where the thing in the middle is two across, I would say then the structures should be even. And this is the road, by the way. I just removed every, like, the outside part of it, and then took it down one layer to have it be here, because I prefer it to be here. But this is the shape of the road, and how it kind of goes. I didn't really change that much. You can see, I mean, yes, it is technically two roads, so you'd have someone going this way, someone going this way. But the way it's done is to be 5 across, or as the full, it's 7 across. So it's 7 across, then the structure, if it was to go into the structure, should be that it's, in this case, 13 across. So that's more where I go with it, less with the whole, every building must be exactly odd, da 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 da. I'm not that crazy. I just feel like if they're going to do something, they should kind of continue it on with the structures that are around it. Especially since, as you can see here, again, it goes into 3. Again, it is odd. And it's on the other side as well that it's 3 wide as an odd numbered road, entering and exiting. And on every side that you enter and exit. So I do feel like any structure that would also be like this one, again, I kind of just go to that. It's not on its own. It's, if they're amazing enough to build all of the stuff around, right? I highly doubt that they're going to mess up on only one structure that is road related. More like that. That they're going to build the wrong warden. It's things like that. At the end of the day, when I'm trying to like concise it to concise it, because I haven't concised it in about a couple months at this point, because I just haven't been down here. I've been in Christmas Village. But yeah, I mean that's where I end up going for things like the bridge is if it's clearly, if to make it fit is literally just one block wider and one block taller, and it still looks right. Yep, that is. I don't want to do it too often. Because I didn't... I'm not working in it anyway, at least. But yeah, there's a... I just, at this point, have the feeling of just... It should... at least have something. Matchy. Honestly, I didn't. I didn't. Until I actually went down there and looked at it. And it annoyed me. The because I was left with the why. Anyway, but in general, that's how the updates kind of end up being lately. So I just, and I've got a, this is just on my channel, if you're still here, conspiracy about the sniffer. I think it was supposed to be added in the update before it was added. And that's why the marketing people had specifically a warm ocean ruin. I think I'm crazy, but and that is totally fine. I don't care if it's boring or not. I still think it probably was. Because it actually fits well. Yeah, I think archaeology was supposed to be part of the wild update, but then because they never announced it, they basically never put it out, that it was, they never had to state that it had not been added, or they would not be adding it. And the sniffer, so here's the thing. Okay, apparently need lights. Wait, anyway. But like, if you think about the, what's it called? The alley. It's the only one they've admitted to, but that was as a vote mob. The reason it was a vote mob was that they had the work done, right? And the thing is, the sniffer was also a vote mob. So I personally think they might have had it partially done, but they weren't done. So they added it as a vote mob. And then they added it with archaeology because they were gonna. But that's why I think. And then they're like, no, there was nothing specifically with warm ocean ruins. Like, if you go back and you look at it, it very clearly had warm ocean ruins in it. But they're like, oh, that's just the marketing team. Personally, I think that at this point, if you see something in it, not like if it's blue, that's clearly just them messing something up. But I do think that if there is something structure-wise that doesn't make sense there, I'm starting to think that that is supposed to be added. And it kind of does fit. It's a new animal, right? That would have added 2 plants to what was called the Wild Update. Hey, you get some new plants! And it would have been ancient. So I would think that they would have added it to the ancient city if it had been done. But it wasn't done. So they instead added it to archaeology when it was voted for. But if it had not been voted for, I do not think they would have added it. But that's what I think. I think that they just never announced an animal. But it fits with a lot of the other stuff, because oftentimes when they added a hostile mob like the Warden, they'll add a peaceful mob to kind of counteract that. When you look at some of their stuff in the past. Not often. Well, not often, but they will do it. Because, you know, otherwise it's just... Plus, it would be, well, ancient. The sniffer needs moss or dirt. But if you have an ancient city that tends to end up in in fact, moss is better for sniffers. All you gotta do is make sure there's some moss in the ancient city and voila. And as I said, I probably would have still been in Warm Ocean Ruins, or it would have been in the ancient city, but probably Warm Ocean Ruins. Because that would be a good way to kind of combine things. And you also have the archaeology combining with the ancient city. Having you going through the ancient city to find stuff. They didn't end up doing that because they ended up being separate, but that's what I think. But that's why it's a conspiracy theory. There's no proof. They've never actually come out with anything like that. And I know I am probably totally wrong. But I do think that there is a possibility of it. And then the marketing people basically didn't fix it. Yeah. So they're like, no, there's nothing in it there. We're not adding anything there. So it'd be more like that. It's not that they actually ever made it even to the end to do that. Just that there is a possibility at one point that the archaeology was supposed to be part of the ancient city, and thus the sniffer as well. Being one of the few things that would explain why that was in there, because it made no sense otherwise to add specifically warm ocean runes. Camels weren't added then either, I don't think. So, yeah. The only thing that was added was the warden, the ancient city, and mangrove swamps. But if you assume that either the camel or more likely the sniffer, because again, it fit, or both. And again, then that would just kind of match up with what they most likely actually bothered to work on, because you know they weren't working on the birch forest. They threw that out the window basically immediately. I need to check to make sure this isn't too much. We're still okay, we're still okay. We haven't been down here, around here. But that's kind of where I ended up going. I honestly do think to some extent that maybe the camel, but probably definitely the sniffer, would have made sense in that update. And since we know that they basically then take... And it would also... Yeah, and instead they switched to doing it 4 times a year instead. I do agree with you. I think they probably should have done something more by like every 2 years, and instead they made it to 4 times a year. So we get even more stuff that mostly just equates to texture retexturing. Retexture. Like, that's yeah, no, I do agree. I do think they should have had longer between each update. Or they have like a small update and then they have a big update. More akin to the Buzzy Beans kind of thing. They have where they fix up the update that was the previous one in between, but maybe add a few small things. And then you do another big update. I do think that would make sense. But no, instead we've got retextured animals. Retextured wood. And pretty much, I really do... Occasionally you get something like the Happy Gas, but then to maximize on the use, then they basically use the mob AI in like 4 different mobs. I honestly just think that they should take their time, do a large update, but yeah, a couple years makes a lot of sense. I do think that. Being more, well, powerful kind of thing. I also don't think that they should announce it until they're... Like, if they're gonna add a new weapon, like they've added the mace and the spear, I also don't think that they should change. Or should just listen to people going, oh, that's gonna be so OP. When none of them actually played with it in, like, the survival sense. Like, yeah, for multiplayer maybe, but overall, basically, every single new weapon they add, there's no point in using it in single player. Which feels a shame. And weird. Choice-wise, you know? Oh yeah, it's definitely getting there. It's definitely getting there. And I mean, I like these guys and all, but they weren't necessary. And then in this next update, what they're doing is they're adding baby mob. They're changing the way the baby mobs are. New chickens. They are retextured chickens. They are cold hens. You find them in cold biomes. There's now variants for pigs. Last year. And in about probably 2 months, 3 months, baby mobs are going to be completely different now. The guy looked kind of weird. But they are now going to be, like, for example, baby chickens are going to be puffballs now instead of chicks like what they are now, kinda. But the only ones that actually get that yellow chicken chicken is, and it bothers me as somebody who has owned chickens or lives on a family farm. Like, I can understand doing like puffballs, you know, they're cute little puffballs. But if they're gonna make the puffballs, 2 of them shouldn't just keep their adult feather coloring, while the third one actually gets the cute little yellow puffballness. You can have them be different shades of yellow. But yeah, that's the next drop for the most part so far is baby animals. Oh yeah, they're also fixing the leader zombies so that they spawn with their proper, like, 100 health. Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't have... They've also added the zombie horse to the game, by the way. So it is officially actually in-game, or rather you can find it. Yeah. Oh, but don't let it be in the sun. It will burn. It now burns in the sun. And it actually will potentially spawn. And the texture is slightly different. Oh, also it will spawn with a zombie with a spear. Yeah. But yeah. So effectively, you have to make sure it has leather armor. Or whatever. It needs horse armor. So, yeah. Worse than their own and their code. As far as I know, one has not spawned here. Though I don't expect it to. Because, you know, I don't get the spawning for the new mobs because I've been here. Yeah, that actually probably would make some sense to be able to at least adjust the size of your armor stand. After all, potentially having armor of different sizes. And it is technically possible within the code, so, you know. Actually. But no, I have to go like a couple of thousand blocks out to get any of the new variants of animals. Not even it's just like the variants of the animals, I can't get them. Yeah, I would love to see that, other than it does kind of eventually crash your game. But I would love to see some vanilla implementation of that works. In a way that doesn't require you to basically be very careful about it. But I mean, I've seen several mods I've kind of left with at this point. I really think it would make some sense to have a vanilla counterpart. Another good example would be Farmer's Delight. I'd love to have, like, for me, I want some cooking and, like, I want a farm and food update. Realistically. Because, honestly, there's so many things food-wise that we just kind of can't do. That I feel like we should be able to. And especially now that they've made it so that the spear not only takes, like if you use the lunge enchantment, not only does it take durability, it also takes hunger. Yeah. But I just want more food types. Like, at least 2 more types of pie, potentially. Maybe 3 types of cake. I think I'd like some sandwiches. I feel like sandwiches would make some sense. We have bread. Other than that, like, I want a sawmill woodcutter tool thing. And a lumberjack / carpenter villager. I think that would be nice too. But I have a reason I want the sawmill. I would like them to use the sawmill to be that's how you would get different types of chests, other than just the oak piece. Right? I think that would make some sense. It's a way to basically be able to get those things without them having to accidentally destroy players' chests. Because they've said that's part of why they won't do it. So I'd love to see something that would allow that to basically be done, but in a way that it would maybe make some sense. Like, maybe it's like you can take a single log and turn that into an oak fence, or an oak chest, or an dark oak chest, or whatever, right? Or something of those kinds. Or beyond that, just be able to make it into the different things, like the stairs and stuff, like with the stonecutter. But I'd love it to be able to do something like that, because I feel like it would maybe make some sense. And then if you make a chest in the crafting table, it just makes these. So these are default chests. Or you could slightly change the name maybe, but I don't know if they can do that, but... have it be that effectively. Yeah. A box kind of works, but I was just saying, like, I would say, like, composite wood chests, potentially, because then it kind of can be, like, it could be any wood. But then that way you could have some variation. You could do the same thing, potentially, with barrels. And that would be a way to introduce some, well, different wood types to the mix. Because, you know, they know people would love that. But if they can't do it because it would mess with the code, then leave that one alone. That's a good question. Shared inventory as far as, like, chests to a crafting table. Yeah. Could make sense. A lot of games do that now. Or have done that. And heck, I mean, you know what? Yeah, mods do it too. Yep. Like, and they're not, in theory, as opposed to doing things that are in mods now, so I would assume that they could bring some of that stuff in. Maybe do it slightly different. Although I feel like that one is so generic that it really doesn't matter at this point. But no, I do feel like there's a lot of things. I mean, obviously an end update would be lovely. But I feel like the way that they gotta do an end update to make everybody relatively happy is they add some new structures. But the new structures can either lead to a boss fight or some new items, most of which don't actually work in the end. You have to bring back to the overworld. Such as maybe new types of plants and the like. Maybe the new type of tree is a sapling that you find there. The water. Yeah, they could do that. Because then that can allow the biome, or if you can have like a few tiny biomes. I feel like structures is the most in the middle kind of they can go to. That way it remains desolate and abandoned, da 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 da, but if you have other structures made of other materials that maybe you can't get without using either, if you find some sort of machine there or whatever, I don't know. Plants is where I kind of really go back to, that do not grow in the end, or they do grow in the end, but they don't grow now. You have to plant them. You could even add some plants that are like trap plants. That's what I think. That you could find within the structures. It's a good way to kind of add some life and stuff without taking away from what is... Oh yeah. I mean, they've already done that. So yeah, I expect them to do that again. Because they hinted and hinted, and then it was just the adding the purple flares they added in Bedrock to Java. Or is it like I've seen. Like all sorts of little things to be like, end. Have people talking about it, and then just be like, nope, that's not it. So yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if it's just a texture update. That's their style. Or they add, like, one new type of block that does nothing. But it's a new decorational block. Aren't you happy? Yeah. That would be good. Especially since they've added the happy gas. Yeah. I definitely think that would make some sense. I think they probably should have added something like that to the Chase the Skies update. When they added it. Yeah, they totally did that, didn't they? But no, I do agree. I think the skies could use an update. The end could use an update. Food could use an update. Honestly, at this point, the Nether could use another update. As could the Ancient City and the... everything else. The Ancient City has already been, basically... I can't believe it. Like, within, like, one update of making the Ancient City, they basically made it... But... Because, I mean, they did the update with the tough blocks, right? So now, the Ancient City really should be using those, and yet it doesn't. Because they didn't do that for that update. No, it was the one after. So it could use an update now. Clean up. Maybe they'd actually fix some of the other stuff. Oh. Yeah. I don't disagree on that. I think... Here's what I think. I think that the Amethyst Sword... Or they should have Amethyst be used for something. Not as a sword, but... Specifically, I actually think Amethyst should be able to be used as quartz. So... a way to not have to go to the Nether necessarily. You still have to go find a geode, and maybe have it be that it has to be the cluster form that it's used. That way it's not like... You have reasons to go to the Nether still, right? You either have to wait, or if you don't have Silk Touch or whatever. But I think that it would make some sense to potentially have quartz be able to do what rather because if you know that amethyst is a type of quartz. But yeah, I do agree that they should probably have at least one more type of sword. Or they should adjust, and maybe they should also adjust, I think, personally, the gold pickaxe. Not a lot, but I do think, especially at this point, that the gold pickaxe should be able to at least break gold blocks and give you the gold ingots. Realistically. All amethysts are quartz. Not all quartz are amethysts. But considering the way they've done things, I feel like it would make some sense to potentially use it as such. If stone is stone is stone, then quartz is quartz is quartz. Yeah, I don't disagree, but I just feel like at the very least gold should be able to break gold ore blocks, just because the fact of the matter is I don't feel like the gold should destroy gold, you know? I don't think it's necessarily bad that it can't get diamonds or emeralds. But I do think there would be a logic. Plus, I honestly thought when they were doing the copper stuff for the copper update, they'd at least add gold as well, like gold lanterns, probably using redstone torches inside of it. Or, you know, they'd have where you can have a normal torch and a copper lantern and vice versa. Those seemed logical. Nope, that's not happening though. No, that would be too hard. Too crazy. Has to be copper. Yeah. All squares are rectangles, not all rectangles are squares. It's much like all amethysts are quartz, but all quartz are amethysts. That's another kind of thing. But that's kind of where I end up at. Not because I think that it's, but I do feel like quartz was added at the same time as copper, given fewer things that it could do, and effectively just forgotten at that point. Because everybody just focused on the, oh, but copper doesn't have anything other than decoration of blocks. Which, overall, quartz pretty much only has decorational. Gold, like, I feel like at least with gold, you have things you can trade with it. Like, you can trade with piglins, and you can trade with clerics. Or I guess barter with piglins and trade with clerics, but... there's at least that to it. But I would like it to be able to have the variants like iron and now like copper. I feel like it would make some sense to keep going there. Or would have, I guess. Let's break this. Oh, yeah. But yeah. Let's see. Suna is cute, but not everything cute is Suna. Yeah. But yeah, and I think they added stairs for netherite, I think I saw in the last update. The only thing I'm really excited about this next update, though, I don't care about the baby animals. They're finally gonna make, if they still stick to it, the name tags are now gonna finally be craftable. There's at least that, I guess. No, I don't believe it was. I'm pretty sure I saw it was part of the spear thing, but it might not have been. Let me check. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd rather believe I'm wrong, to be honest. Let's see. Yep, nope, it's got stairs. There are netherite stairs. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, okay, it was April Fool's. Somebody, like, did that. Cool. Thank goodness. That would have been... yeah. Okay. That's good. No, but there is, horse armor now. Yeah. There is horse armor, though. Somebody just had it in their thing, and then we're saying it was, and I was like, they're usually accurate. I thought, wow, that's weird. But it made some sense. I'm glad. So stupid. Okay, cool. But they did add the horse armor. That you can upgrade horse armor to netherite. That is not fake. That is real. But a lot of updates have also been kind of odd. And by the way, the name tag thing is not April Fool's though. That is from the when they added the baby mobs. They also did the crafting of a. So the way you would craft one is you'll have like a piece of paper and an ingot, any type of metal ingot. Voila. I actually think it makes sense because, in all honesty, they haven't. Like, they act like it's like I feel it's weird when I see, because I've seen several people acting like, but this is a treasure item. They shouldn't be, and I'm just left with. This isn't a treasure item anymore. This item you can technically get whenever. It's just annoying. And it is frustrating that for one of the two ways to get it, well, 3 ways basically. You would have to travel out to go get it. It's not really very good loot. Well, it's not even that it's I'm not saying like that, Tomas. I'm saying, so let's say you go this is the thing I find insane. It's like, here's how you know that nobody ever actually updates or fully upgrades their villagers. It is one of the easiest things to get. As long as you're willing to drop 20 emeralds on it. They also should adjust the price if they're going to actually make it useful. Or make it craftable, but... Alright, let me find a diamond. It's always the final trade, no matter what, for a librarian villager. 20 emeralds for a name tag. Every time. Without fail. Let me see if I have another. I have more. Yeah, you. Again, see? So they're actually really easy to get. It's just annoying. And it doesn't matter what books you get from the villager because you can always get the name tag. You know. Kind of ironic. Oh, also, did you know that there is actually some obvious lore in Minecraft? About where the villagers, the cleric villagers, get the glowstone from? That's actually kind of interesting. Yeah, they do, but they actually clearly get their glowstone from a wandering trader. No. They clearly get them from wandering traders. It's obvious via the price. So if you buy one from a cleric, one piece of glowstone is 4 emeralds, right? But if you buy it from a wandering trader, it's 2 emeralds. Oh yeah, and if you look at wandering traders up close, you will see that they are actually nitwits. There's that too. But yeah, the wandering trader sells glowstone for 2 emeralds, which means the cleric buys the glowstone for 2, and then sells it to you for 4. Weird, huh? So it's like things like that are clearly put into the game as actual, like, things. Weirdly enough. Which means they most likely also get their brewing stands or the materials from wandering traders, because wandering traders most likely do go to the Nether. I'm trying to see if I can't get a wandering trader to spawn so I can show their. Because if you don't look at them like up close, they just, they've got their robe and everything, blah blah blah. But it's interesting because underneath the robe, they are wearing the green tunic. It is tucked in, but of the Nitwit wandering trader specifically, and it is the same green. It's super interesting, weird, and like, did they plan it, or was it happy, like a happy coincidence that it just so happens that the wandering trader actually matches up so well to the Nitwit? I do think the prices were on purpose, though. Honestly, it's kind of weird we haven't had one wandering trader spawn in this time. Usually at least 2 or 3 would have spawned in. Instead, we only got the annoyances. Yeah, it's kind of weird. But this is definitely something, if I could get the guy to spawn, like, I can actually prove. For once. Like, most of the time I can't really necessarily have to say, oh, it's just a thought I had. Not necessarily true, it's just a theory. This one I am fairly certain of. Still theory, obviously, because unless they actually come out and say it, it's only a theory. But actually kind of cool. See? They actually clearly had some thoughts. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not good enough at redstone to do that. I barely can do anything. I get one return spawn. They spawn like everywhere, except for when you want them to. Oh yeah, I also built that over there. It's not 100% done. When it's done, it's supposed to be a gas stable. I haven't finished the glasswork for it, though. Here, I'll go ahead and edit up. You can see up close like how it would work whenever I actually finish it. But for my world, I've actually made some lore stuff we're doing, just kind of follow and all that. Just so I have like I guess a blueprint for building. This world should be 3.5, 4.5 years? Not sure. 1 second. Let me check. mean, I don't know how to check here. I do know how to check, when the last... Well, no, that's not. Let me see. So, okay. No, only 2.5 years. Huh. Not been as long as I thought it had been. I honestly thought it had been 3 at this point. It does say 2023. But I guess that does make sense. Sort of? I don't know. It looks like it's about 2 to 3 years. I mean, on the channel, to be clear, I first started playing Minecraft. That's how old this world is. I started playing the Bedrock world not long after that, but I thought it had been longer because I swear I was doing, like, it was right before one. I guess it has to have been, yeah. Yeah, you know, that makes sense. So, because I right before 1.20, one, and then last year would have been the Happy Gas. Well, it would have been Happy Gas most recently. So I guess 2 years. I guess only 2.5 years. Weird. So they started May 2023. So as far as the first video I put up for it, because I had injured my pinky. I didn't realize I'd basically just sprained it, and that I kept making it worse instead of anything else, so, you know, I just kind of kept exasperating it. I started playing this because it was easy to play. Yeah. Here's the gas stable. So, basically the way the gas stable will work is I'll have, like, an area here that'll probably block off on the top, and then it'll go down as well. So the gas can wander in this area in the middle. And then lore-wise, the idea is so you can see, like, there's a few places you can do that with it. And walk out. This is an area that's not done. Then there's also an area that would basically be for sick gas here. Is the idea. Because, again, like I said, I do have... Because I decided that I was gonna let myself do cheaty farms, like, rails. Like the rail duping farm. But instead, what I won't be able to do is I cannot go to the end unless there's an end update. So I will not have an Elytra until there's an end update. That also keeps the end from being able to be gone too, and then I'll get frustrated because I have to go out so far anyway, so win-win. Plus, overall, I don't usually go very far. Yeah, this is a little far, but this is the farthest I usually go, unless I'm going to the Christmas district. Then I'll just go in another. I mean, if you want to see the Christmas district, I can show you that as well. But I just go by another route. But yeah, I decided I cannot go to the end until there is an update of some kind. And I asked everyone if they counted the flares, the end storms. Yeah, I should do that at some point. I already know I should do that at some point. Not that I can go into it or anything, but yeah. I will do that sometime. But as I said, I decided I wanted to start this year with actually getting the street, at least the front of the street, done. Because I knew that otherwise I just would not. Anyway, like I said, I don't mind, like, going to the only other area I go to. But overall, I mean, I do have my starting area too, but... Alrighty, I hope you have a good night's sleep. And yeah, 247 here as well. I get it. I get it. Alright. Sleep, yes. Sleep is good. Sleep is healthy. Escaping before I get to Christmas District. Also probably smart, because it is a little far away. Alright, I still haven't decided what I want to work. I've just kind of been doing little things, but I haven't really... You know what? Let's build up... let's start building up the side of this over here. The Enforcer bot. Right? Also, I need to get my horse out of there. Horse, why are you down here? Or donkey, actually. Donkey, why are you out down here? Donkey is so bad. Oh. Seriously. How are you down there? Alright, I'm gonna start working on that though, because I do think I'm gonna get that quickly done, and then I'll probably finish after that. Because I do gotta finish, because I am gonna be doing other stuff today, obviously, and I gotta go. It is fine. Alright. So the floor, I think I want... Do we want concrete, or do we want, do we want to just make it... Like, maybe I do... terracotta. I don't really want to do, like, blackstone, because I'd have to go get the blackstone. Do I? I feel like... I'm thinking. I almost feel like it'd be better to just do the concrete, probably. Or something else. Maybe, you know, maybe first I need to just outline the bottom area in the, of course, diorite. Polished diorite. I do feel that's something that'll look decent. Per floor. I think I'm just gonna just do faux blocks. I might as well. So we know this is going to be a wall when it's whenever I finally get to that. I think I'm gonna let this be a full wall here. Instead of being like that, it's gonna be more kind of squat because this is... Alright. Go. Alright. Let's just start with these so that we can kind of sort of figure this out. Actually, no, I don't want this here. I want it to be around the sides like this, but... I'm gonna pull this here. Actually, you know what? One of them's standing here anyway. Let's take this. Wait till we're refilling dirt. Might as well. Let me go grab some dirt to fill this in. Specifically. Alright, there we go. There we go, so it'll match. Do I pull it all the way out? I could, or I could just leave it as is. So this will be like that. It is long, but that's fine. I'm gonna put that down there anyway, even though I'm probably not gonna use that like that. Then the thing that I gotta think about here is the central part. Although I could also fill in creating stations as well. You know, watching our friend over there, the horrendous donkey that he is, I think I'm just gonna quickly, Yeah. Alright, I think that'll make my lives easier. Make his life easier too. Let me remove these. I'm kind of tempted to just add in a... See, it's expensive, so I don't really want to do the, Plus, I don't know, I don't know if they would have access to like, see if they have access to it. They'd waste the cement on these guys, but at the same time, it feels like it'd be the most logical solution for a floor so that it's easy to have them kind of, like, roll on and off. Just kind of... So I'd like that back. I'm gonna have to get that. Oh, I have so many eggs. Okay. I'm not gonna care too much about this being here. I'd like this little sandbag, because then I can put this elsewhere. I can move this around and actually have it be somewhere that'll actually keep the junk and theory loaded. We're just gonna put it into the killer for now. Here. Alright, I need to think inside. What do you think, Tomas? Do we want to go with some, easy squeezy, just do some cement? I don't know if I have enough, but, like, I could technically. I suppose this would also be able to kind of go up onto this side as well. But I kind of like the idea that it only comes out this way. Or do we have, like, another entrance here? Like, I like the idea of using gravel too. Or using the terracotta, because I feel like the terracotta has a nice texture. Even though I don't think that that would be very good for having big giant robots on. There's always... I do kind of like the idea of using the blackstone. I'm gonna use some of this. I need to get more blackstone and bring it back, but what I do like as a concept for the blackstone is to have it be that they do just drive out onto this. And I do kind of like the idea of having this be open like that, but it's more that it's open so that these guys can drive out. Or what? Actually, let's do this here. So let's put that there like that. This one's gonna be smaller than this side, because I just don't... I don't know, I don't think there's that. No, I know that it's like a ferret. But why? Why do we want to have this be... that it only comes out 5? So let's see. So we have 2 on this side. So this could be like that. And then there's just a side compartment here as well. That's not as... And then this one can kind of show here. It comes out. Well, I like the idea of it being that the road, if you will, that they would be able to kind of drive in and out of them. Rough dirt for using on this purpose. So these will be walls. Alright, let me see how... big are these things? These things are 3 across, right? Because that was what we have fit here, which would make them actually huge if you think about it. 3 meters wide. Like, that's a car. But if it's only 3 across, then I can definitely probably fit them in. Here. Alright, so what I want to kind of do is I want to have back here, I want to have an area that goes up. So what we're going to do is we're going to go like this. 3. 1, 2, 3. And then you have one here. Ironically, one of these guys to fit here as well. And you know what? Maybe I will have that, and the stairs just kind of go up this way. Totally fine. Gotta pull out all the way, though. So this is the stall in which... also... I am going to, in fact, fill this in. I'm gonna dig down to that coal there. Dig out that coal while I'm here anyway. Fill back in with dirt. Perfect. You'll never see but underneath here anyway. This will be But then we can put this here. There. And then finally, is everyone... We cannot put one here, though, because that will turn into this. That's not very good. But that is fine, because then you can kind of have this maybe here. No. It is 3, right? I actually went for pretty big. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Toxic. How are you? I'm doing okay. I'm trying to decide how I'm doing this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it that way because I think that's the best way to go about that. Because you can see there's this would be the corner. Is this even across? Is that what I've done here? Wait, no. Yeah. This is wall here. Yeah, okay, it is even across. Which feels weird, but that's because this is even across. Isn't it? And I've gone to here. Yeah, I forgot this is even. Yeah, that's fine. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. Alright, well that actually works for us as well. Alright, sure, this can go here. But they're 3 wide, it's okay for this to be 4, although it would feel a little weird if they're driving out. Really... try to make a decision. I could make this one shorter. Although right now, then I would go down the hole here. Even, where's it? Even it is. Because otherwise it doesn't work. Otherwise I could pull this in one as well, now I think about it. It's a little bit shorter. Might be better. It's on this side instead. Instead it's 1 block shorter. And then this can go back, because this is what I clearly thought I had done. But then I gotta pull this in, but that's not the end of the world. Let's make it 1 block shorter. Because I'd rather these guys look... Okay, I hear a spooter. I would rather these guys look right as they come out than that I've got. Yeah. So this spot can just come. I know I heard a spooter. Yeah, I definitely hear a spider. Do you think one of the spots ended up wrong? Or do you think that I'm just hearing a spider? Okay. Anyway, I'm glad to hear you're doing good. You know what? Let's just test to see. Fair enough. Alright, let's see. Can we hear... or see where it actually is the sound is coming from? Fair enough. Don't hear the spider. I heard it here. was absolutely annoying. Now let me figure out where to post bed. One over here. I'm still gonna basically cause the spider to despawn them, so I can't figure out what happened. A little annoying. Fair enough. Yeah. Alright. Unless, of course, it is in here, in which case I do gotta figure out where... Paper hurts. Fair enough. Spider hits it this way. Okay. Oh, it must have spawned... I did remove... Alright, where's the dirt? I bet I know what happened. Well, it sounded really close, so... There's a spot over here. Nothing. I'm gonna light that up, just in case. Yeah, see, I'm on the opposite side of that. Wind bloops. Skeletons rattles. Where? It says it just forward. So... Yeah, so this does come back out to here, but this is clearly not where it is. So... But is it up or is it down? Hello? Gosh. You know what? I need to get out of here and come back. I should probably be grateful to that spider, which absolutely informed me of what happened. Alright, I need to get away and then come back and then light that up. Sorry, these creepers. Alright. Absolutely light that up. Alright. Oh yeah, I can turn this off now. Okay, I don't know if I'm far enough away or anything, but hopefully. And then I will finish working on what I'm working on. Anyway, so what do you guys want tomorrow? Do we just do more of this? Do we do... Let's look here then. But no, it's not. I go far enough away. I totally did not. Gosh. I don't care. I'm getting out of here. Alright, none of these things are despawning, so I really need to kind of get out. I'd eat something. Alright, so let's just go all the way to... the dark area. Well, it isn't very dark at the moment, but it will be one day. One day. Hi-yo, horse. Good horse. Yeah, we should test you out. We made it all the way here. I probably need a horse stable at some point as well. In the city. Probably on that side. Maybe. Or maybe this side, actually. But one more out, like where we currently are. Where the tree is, I think. Might be. Or, you know what, that could be good too. Right in the center of town. So you're not coming by gas, you're coming by horse. Alright, let's just see if we didn't get away in time. I mean, I expect to hear zombies because I think they'll have picked stuff up, yeah. Oh gosh, why are they behind me? Ugh. I'm not interested in dying to them. Have fun trying to get out. You can't. Hi, Knight. I already died once today. I don't feel like dying again, especially not to zombies. Oh gosh, no! Yeah. Whew. Yeah, I found a dark spot. I'm not happy. Yeah, at least this area can't spawn anything. Yeah, you gotta come up here and come try and get me. Letting these guys kind of die is probably the best. I'm not happy. I was in the middle of building and I realized I could hear... I thought a spider. Well, I did hear a spider. Only to discover there's a whole cave underneath. Just enough that it... Yeah. Ticked me off. And of course, you know, zombies and their whole... They'll just keep spawning and spawning. I'm not happy that they do that. I hate that they do that. And I know for a fact that now there's probably a ton of mobs that have spawned in. I have to stop and deal with zombies. There's gonna be a zillion of them. Alright. Let's make sure there's none this way first. There's a little baby zombie. Of course they all pick stuff up. Alright, so... yeah, you guys are all stuck. Hi! Yeah. Just gotta clear out this mob-infested cave. I'm just not happy. Yeah, and a creeper has spawned. And of course, there's a whole bunch this way of darkness as well. Why am I not surprised? I've got something like punch or something. And right under my creeper farm. Because of course it is. Where? Oh crap, I'm out of lights. You. Yeah, blow that up. Go ahead. That's fine, we'll just light this spot up now. No, I don't, because I don't really often use it. You know what? We have some coal here. I'll do something different for what I was going to do for my thumbnail. I have no sticks. Do I have a boat? Yes, I do. Okay, you know what? You. We're gonna have to deal with this anyway. Get in the boat. Get in the boat. Yeah. Give me your eyes. I'll leave the boat down here. Alright. How did I get out of here? Let me go get more sticks. But that'll help once I clear that all out. I bet our rates will go up, like, exponentially. Well, it's really giving me your pearls, but that doesn't sound quite as, it sounds even worse. Just happy that I had finally lit everything up, too. Just for it to be like, nah. Like, I could say. Realistically speaking, that's what I'm doing here. Oh yeah, slime can go in here. Let's put that in there. Things all healed up. Let me get some sticks. Let's just grab some wood from in here. I can grow more trees. Plenty of lights for this. So yeah, let's just say eyes, because we turn them into eyes by adding blaze rods. So therefore, they They have to be something akin to an eye, right? They can't be... And if they are, I mean, that's a little weird. Although I guess it's entirely possible. So it has disturbing implications. Yeah, just blow everybody up. Or we get far enough away that I can blow them up. Perfect. Okay. And then I can take one dude. Especially since he weakened everybody else. Or was weakened by killing everybody else. No spooters here. No spooters here. I reject the notion of spooters. Oh my goodness. There's like 50. You know what? Just die. You come here. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, you come here. Come here, zillion creepers. I'm gonna need to leave to go get food. I might just then go the other direction enough to kind of get these guys to despawn. Oh my goodness. And now there's a spider jockey in there. Oh, it's almost night too. I'll do. I need to go sleep anyway. Alright, let me put one more light here, just to be sure. Again, I go with, this is why I love a glare. Somehow. Anyhow. Alright, so it's going this way, I think. I need to empty my inventory a little bit more. I'll just sleep where I'm supposed to sleep. I actually don't need potatoes. Alright, I need to sleep. I need to go grab some chicken. I don't have a bow right now. I probably should have a bow. I probably should have a shield. I just refuse to continue. I keep just not making one. You know what? While we're here... You know what? We have more chicken elsewhere. And other things, so it's fine. It's fine. I mean, the day, do I really need it? Do I really need... I need to think of an area I can go to that can kind of just get these things to despawn. I can almost guarantee it's not this way, so I'm just gonna follow along this for a little bit. Mostly because, well, I do have caves and stuff I've got to deal with. The nature of, that cave just kind of couldn't be over here, if you know what I mean. Alright, so I think I've gone probably far enough. Hopefully far enough. I would have just kept gathering mobs and I'd be like, why is it? I found all the areas, even far down, that seemed to be causing problems. The answer was because there was one much closer. But there was no way I could know existed. Because of all the caves, like, we've got so many caves. I've been through so many cave systems. So this all... no spawnage. But I do bet there are things spawning down here, but there just can't be as much. And if I can get down... oh gosh, there is absolutely as much. Blow them all up. That actually worked pretty well. Okay. I'm kind of okay with not being able to pick that up. Not so okay with not being able to pick up the string. What can I dump? Cacti. Fine. I have no plans for this area. As of yet. Alright. Okay, yeah, you can follow me. Well, it works out. I didn't want to really destroy that, but you know what? It's fine. Because now, this area should basically be mob-free. And this is why I don't bother making a shield at this point. But I do need the coal, and I hear more zombies. Sounds like they're down. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. What did I fall into? An area right above my... I might die. I just survived. Well, I guess at least I know where I am. Well, let's go down so we can come back. Alright, bye. I do need to finish myself. I just wanted to have something. I've been so scatterbrained this evening. I'm gonna probably do more of this tomorrow, okay? Night, if you're still here. If you're not, sorry, bye-bye. I was distracted by hair. I'll actually look up how to make an iron farm before tomorrow. Promise. Well, I guess I could have saved one of the mobs for that, but I think I'd rather kind of start working on getting everything else in place, and then maybe a pillager? I get so many. Let's just see about the last place. Also, this will let us see if we've really gotten all the spots, or if I've gotten all the spots. Obviously, you guys will probably have gotten all the spots, and I just am not that good. So, yeah. Crazy. And there's a creeper. No, there's a couple creepers actually. Alright, I mean, to be fair to me, there was no way I could know that was going to be down there. I'm like above the creeper. Bit high. I actually can come out and in, but you guys can't. Come on. I saw the creeper. I'll just sleep down below. That'll do. Oof. Sorry for you, man. That'll do. That'll do. And nothing else really matters because once we get down here, it's the ancient city, so yeah. Anyway, ta-da! We did it. We made it all the way here. As I've already confirmed, I can survive. Let's just land in the water, now that I know where I am. That should be the last of the mobs from that. In theory. In theory. That's no guarantee. But, you know what? Let's hope. I'm at least gonna try and build a little bit. I'm gonna try and build like a little bit more, but not much. I got distracted. I did other things. It's fine. I was gonna pick up the coal. Maybe I should pick up the coal while I'm there. But at the same time, I can get the coal whenever I want. I also should probably, like, just cover up the one area again. Anyway, this hole specifically. Doesn't really matter, we won't be utilizing it. Yeah. I want to change this all to just so we can know this is gonna be walls. I like that better, to have this be even smaller, I think. Because by doing it like this, because then it's, yeah. Alright, let me think about how I want to do this. I actually think I want some deep sleep. I have to go back downstairs now. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna look at the iron farm. If I don't remember to, though, we're working downstairs. Excited now. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Let me go grab some deep slate. Or I'm working in the nether. It'll be a much more boring job. Get a little bit of work done, though, to make it more livable again. Since I don't think anyone's here now, right now, that's just what that's gonna be. That's how that's gonna be. Yeah. I think so. I haven't just. But yeah, it'll be one or the other. Just because I need to. Or I'll start trying to. I need the materials again. let's just see. Let's see if we can't get this to kind of start looking like what I want to. I haven't decided how I want the corners to be. I do want this to be super tall though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because what I want is these droids have to be able to fit. Enforcer bots. Let me see. These guys need to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I need this to be 7 or 8 blocks tall for an entrance. 7 would probably be better. And that has like some clear clearance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can go all the way up to 8 here. Okay, it's just like this. There. So then this could be like this on this side. It has to be tall because that's how tall the bots are. Wait. Was I right before? This is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This was correct. Let's fix this. Again! Maybe I want to pull this one more over here as well, just to do that anyway. Alright. And have this over here. These. Blah. This is correct. Alright. So that's like that. Because it has to, for this to be very tiny here. And let's just quickly... Don't care enough. Alright, let me go sleep. So I want these bots to be able to kind of, yeah. I should probably also fix my gear. I have the ability to. But you know. Chickens. Yeah, actually I should probably do this. Yeah, I'll pick that all back up. Let's go for this as well. I know that's gonna refill anyway. Okay. But I also know there's more eggs, yeah. All the eggs that are gone. Looks like I've gone through all the eggs. Alright. Let's double check. None there, none there. Those are just feathers. But the thing is, that could be wrong because that could be... Yeah, totally wrong. Okay. Okay, that's gotta be all the eggs. Okay. Let's make sure, though. And then I'm gonna go work on that again. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Two of those. Turn my gear back. I need these back. I do need that back. I do need that back. I definitely need that back. I had 40. And I think that was everything other than maybe the dirt, but I'll leave the dirt for now. That's all the eggs. We're good. We're good. Alright. Anyway, so if we have it like this, and then we have one more, like, floor above this here. There. That's all good. That goes to there, and then this would come here, I think. Oh wait, no, not here. I need a piece of dirt. Or, you know what? I bet an Enderman left this. So then this can go here. I'll do something else for the sides, but this way... 1, 2, 3... I'll just do this side. There. And then, like I said, then I'll have like a floor that's above it here, probably. That way it'll have a kind of, look. It has to be tall enough for these bots to be able to come through. Where's my food? Did I leave my food? Yeah, I think I did. Grand. I should probably build one of these as well. All the things to miss. Alright. Luckily, it's not too hard to make one. Alright, 62. Enough for one trip. I think I used green, right? Yeah. I also used mangrove roots, so I need to figure out if I've got any lying around. Alright. I have one. Alright, I want it to be right in the middle as it's coming out. So the wheel's gonna be like right there. I need one piece of mossy cobble. It is a... It's a nice little build. Yeah, I'll do pretty good with that, eh? Put this in here for now. Let's make the Kasi cobble so that I can come over here and make the other part. And then I'm gonna have to think of a way to kind of have it be looking more deactivated. I think the best way to do that's gonna be... I don't know. Maybe get the glass. Just take one of these. Alright. One mossy cobble. I need to remember where I put the mangrove roots. Probably in here, right? Yeah. Alright, let's build the body. And this for this. Yeah, these things are meant to intimidate. I do want them to kind of... Now, do I want them to... I do like the idea of it kind of being just a little bit out. Do... Okay, let me climb up a second. So that's that part. Alright. Let me go sleep. Alright, I just want to kind of get the I just want to so I can compare the size. I need 2 diorites, 1 andesite slab. I have a bunch of stuff chucked in here, so who knows, maybe I'll have what I'm looking for. Not here, here. Yeah, so I have 2 of these and 1 of these. Perfect. Right. Yeah. Alright. So, we're gonna do... I'm gonna have to kind of... on this side. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come here. Okay, like that. Do this side as well. So that's that. I should look for some andesite walls. I do have the one that goes on the... Since this guy's coming out, not going in... the left. I don't know, I like these guys. I think they look cool. They're fun to make, too. Well, not fun, but they're relatively simple, all things considered. But the effect really, I don't know, I ended up really kind of liking it, although it looks a little funky. I don't deny it looks a little funky. For like a bot that an enforcer kind of style it, I think it works. Alright, I need 5 buttons. 5 birch buttons. Do I have any buttons to start with? No, but I do have birch there. Wait, is it the right one? I do have 2 birch stairs, which I do need. This is so disorganized right now. Alright. We just need 2 of these to make the buttons. There. Alright, oh, and the andesite walls. I need the andesite walls. I don't have any andesite walls right now, I don't think. Yeah, so I just need to make them. Yeah, I'll leave the birch I'm not using in here for now. And then this should be done. Yeah. Pretty simple. Pretty easy. Other than I need a, I forget to do this. Alright, I need to, let me put away this, this, then, let me grab a piece of soul sand. So putting away the string, because I don't have use for it right now. Grabbing a piece of soul sand. Um... I'm actually gonna put this iron in here for now, because this is selling iron. I have iron down below, so here. Four. And then... Let's make 4 at once.
Sometimes I ask where the stars have gone. Are they hiding from my eyes at dawn? Fading from view, they disappear. I am blinded by the dark. And all alone.
Alright, so I gotta climb up, I think, to get to that. But these can go first, because this can just go like this. This guy goes like that goes like that, and the buttons go in like 1, 2, 3, and then put one here. And here. Finally! Climb up.
But I don't need to see, so just tell me where to go. Even though all my light has been fading.
Yeah.
And I won't need to be there to face the unknown. But tonight I've been blinded by the dark. Without fear, I will reach for the
And, yeah, I will probably make each of these into a place for them to go. I'm gonna definitely put one in here. Maybe I'll remove this from here just so it looks nicer. I don't necessarily need to have another bot right by the entrance. Because it might not be, although it would be able to go straight across, I guess.
the stars seem far away. I can't be blinded by the dark.
So, yeah, we'll just have that be like that, but it's like just a section here. And then... What are they doing? Need the right guy to come down. Yeah, come on. Here. Make sure I picked it up. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, this allows me to repair my gear, basically. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. We did get another bonus. Oh, a 5. Okay. Oh. Hello, friend. You made sure I knew you were there. I mean, yeah. At least these guys aren't too hard to fight as long as you kind of, like, angle them the right way and all that, you know? That's where I go with that. Alright, since this is the back here, I do want to just kind of put this like this. I'm gonna remove this one as well, so I can go with this one. I have to make one a little bit more, but it's fine. Okay, and okay, and okay. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is I'm gonna stick the banner here. I mean, that would be absolutely hilarious, because obviously that's right up against the Enforcer Bot headquarters. As I said, I do need some... I do need... Well, I didn't say that. I do need something for the floor. I think I really and truly... I'm inclined to say something... Maybe I do go with the terracotta, not because I think the terracotta will be the right kind of thing for it to be able to drive on, but for the appearance, I think that that will look much better. To do a type of terracotta, but I have to decide what kind of terracotta do I want to do. I probably should look at all the colors. Not the glaze though, because that clearly wouldn't make sense, but the regular, there might be one that would be... Although the pink tone kind of is like, maybe not, but maybe something could work. See, can I just look at them? Look at all the variations here. Right click for more options. I guess let's let it scroll through. See, they're all mostly pinker. I don't really want yellow. I don't really need the dark brown. Blue could be cool, but cyan. And then that's black. And then it circled back to green. Light blue. Gray. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think it looks all that good. And I will acknowledge that concrete probably would be better. Like a light gray concrete maybe, or maybe the gray. You know, maybe the gray would be best. Because I almost feel like that would look more... I think gray. Yeah, I'm thinking gray. Because then that's something that's a little bit different from the road. There's our black here. It kind of feels like it could be in a workshop. Like this. Let me go look at how much sand I have. As I said, I don't really like gathering the sand for this because I want to use the desert for something else later. Frustratingly, the Wandering Trader has not offered sand trades in a while. Which, that's like the only thing that I really get from Wandering Trader at this point. Unless I want to just buy cheap glowstone. Because it's half the price. How much sand do I have? I do have some. I guess I could do half. A stack. So if I do half a stack of gravel and half a stack of that, that makes a full stack, I believe, of concrete powder gray. Which would work for me. I'm gonna go also put these where they can as well to be. I do want this to eventually be like this, so that it's more... yeah. And then I do need the ability to... yep, for now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take a piece of cobblestone and place the light here, so that way I don't have to have the light there. But I know I'm going to change it for something else later. And then I'll move the torch down here for now. I'll do something here as well. I don't know what. Probably from above. It's really hard to light these with the solar, but I feel like for the nether, if for something like that for the nether, that is absolutely the way to go. And I almost forgot to go over here so I can drop off the bottle. Boom. To... yeah. So let's just go ahead and grab some gravel, and then, yeah, I have some squid ink, I have bone meal, I'll just... yeah, it's not hard to make gray. It's not hard to make gray. It's not hard to make gray. Let me see... since I'm doing half a stack... also, why do they... no spaces for them to spawn? I guess they technically spawn in the air, but still... I think 2... no wait, it's 4 on each side, so 32 would be 9. It should be 3. So technically it should be 4, I think. I'm not sure. I'll bring 3 of each, but I won't make it first. I'll only make 2, just to be... I feel like it should be 2, but I don't think that's right. I think it's... because it purposely makes 4, but... let's just see... oh, I should have 4 in the pool. I can at least make up to the... I just need to go get an extra 1 of each. But let me place down what I've got just to see how much I'm gonna need. This is a good start, 48 out of 62. Now the question is, do I... I almost want to kind of change that to being out this, but... well, I can at least finish the stack. Then figure out where I need from there. That works. That works. And then I'll just kind of... That's still 16 more blocks. So... that'll make it easier to figure it out, right? Right? Right. Sounds like Kitty is doing something nutty. Yeah. Kitty's ready for me to be done. I don't blame Kitty. I really don't. And then I have to think, what do I want to do to kind of, I guess, be it from this point of view, because I haven't really done that. It'd be a different point of view. Same street that I always use, but... different perspective, I guess. So I need 3 there. 4, 5 here, I believe. 6. 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6 by 8 is 48. Plus 18 is 50. Or 48 plus 18 is 66. Plus 3 is 69. Okay. I need to see. So yeah, let's just make this more, or this, right? Do this. If you pay attention, it's clearly the same street, but like... it's clearly the same street. But it's something. I'm gonna go sleep. I'm gonna try and finish this. I'll at least finish the floor. Because I feel like I should finish the floor. So... oh yeah, I'm on like the darker color because it really does make it hard to see what's lit and what's not. Alright, so having done my math, so 64 is that. I need an extra 5, so I need an extra 4 to do that. We need 36 of each one. Like that, and then let me grab some squid. Buddy. Over 5. Honey? I didn't say you could do that. Honey, why is your butt in my face? You're right, I should finish. I should, but I want to finish what I was working on, okay? Alright. Oh, full body purrs, huh? I need to understand that you're not happy with me. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. But I don't want your butt in my face. Honey. Honey, I'll be done. Okay. Like I said, I want to finish the street. I want to finish the floor at least. That way I am prepped for that. It also gives me a good idea of what that looks like. And yeah, I like this, kind of. I kind of like the texture. But I actually do want it to be, solid. Because I want this to be slippery. Somehow, even in the apocalypse, even with everything going wrong, they're able to buff that. Hey, stop! Alright, I need water. Honey, I cannot see. Please. Sweetie. Fluffy cat. What are you doing? I can make more. And I might make more, and then what I would do with that is, what I might do is I might just have it, like, into, so it comes, like, all the way out to this point. Buddy. Yeah, I kind of like the idea. I do. But get off. Honey, I can't see. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? I can't... Honey, I don't even know what I'm looking at. Where's the last button? Oh, it despawned somehow. Ah! Honey. Why? Oh, wait. It's not supposed to... It's only supposed to go on the sides. That's why. Yeah. That's why. I was like, no. Honey, what are you doing? Sweetie, I know you want to be part of it. Let me finish. I'm almost done. Okay. Yeah. I actually think I want it to be like that, because then that way... I would maybe have gone for the light gray, but I think I prefer this. I like the idea that basically, well, it gets buffed and shown. It doesn't get, like, it's intimidating. That's why. It's meant to be intimidating. Goes up 8. Yeah, we'll do that like that. So it just kind of gives an idea of how it will feel. We'll have each of the bots have their own special thing or whatever. They each have their own spot. Like I said, I think I want to have one that is deactivated here, potentially. Probably have the light here. But it won't be a light. I think what I want to do... I don't think I want to do the basalt. Although it could look interesting. I don't think it would look right. I think what I want to do is tinted glass, because then that'll look like the light's just out. But that it's, kind of, I don't know. Maybe it won't be right. Maybe I'll do something different. We'll see. Maybe I'll just do gray terracotta. Or not terracotta, this. Or black. Concrete. So, yeah. Actually, this could also be... Just to kind of give an idea of where we're at with that. And then this will come out into the street. Like I said, I might change these out for this. Or I'll bring it in one. I don't think I want to do that, though, because I think that'll look a little weird. But I might have this go out here. Or I might do something different there. Definitely doesn't go here, because I don't want that to be like that. Although, then that means this has to be... For now, this is this. I'll change it later. It'll make it more. But yeah, so then that way, this is like you drive out, they drive... They'll just like have it be like straight onto the road kind of thing. Or what I'll do is I'll have light gray concrete that goes over and through. Just to make it a little different. And then it goes into the road, because the road will be here. And they'll, as you can see here, curve nicely. And then that will allow for a little bit more space. So that's what I'm thinking. I'll probably work on it more next time. And I'll probably get at least the station's bottom part here done. Probably I'd like to get the top part started as well. And yeah, what I'll probably do... I keep saying probably. What I plan to do... is that I will have stairs. But the stairs will just be made of slabs that go up the block and so it's just you have the ability to walk up, but it's not as yeah. It's the full block of parts, but it's the slabs to make it look more in line. Also, again, we'll be gathering more things. More berries, and then we'll just keep buying quartz, and we'll continue finishing that thing. We will finish that thing. But I think this is probably a good place to finish. I kind of wish I had sea lanterns, but I don't want to have to go fight guardians just to get sea lanterns. So I've kind of just put that off, but I think that would look nice as the lighting for these guys in here. Because even this is a little bit too kind of warm, and like we need something dead. But I like how these guys look. I like that they're kind of a little more lit up and stuff. Here, let me mark where the one I want to have that's like getting repaired is. But I'm probably going to ask the opinion of you guys next time. What I should do about think I'm gonna put it in here. I think I want it to like this spot here. So there's a little area behind it as well. And this is the kind of thing where if I could, I would connect walls diagonally. I think that would look better. Although I guess what we could do is a stair. Technically. Yeah, let's just see. At the end of the world to try and do, right? Yeah. Oh, as I mean, it can still be a wall. Because they are sitting, but I feel like like I said, I need to fix that before. Probably mom strings. I don't mind it. But I think it's gonna look weird because it's too wide. So I just have to do it in a different way. Probably, but I still want to try anyway. Use this a second to build up this. So let's see, let's say we did it like that. And did that. No, I don't really like how that looks. Mind you, this is what it would look like that. It kind of doesn't look right, although it kind of works. So maybe instead it could just be a wall like this. Yeah, you know, that could work. And then just have something represent the head. Maybe I even move it back one so that it is against the wall. So that it does end up building like this. And then for right now, let's just make something that will represent that. Oh, but I can't do because there's not sideways slabs. And a wall doesn't really work. And the slab, but the whole thing doesn't work. Well, I guess... could have that its thing is taken off while it's being worked on. So that it looks like this part gets taken off. In the andesite. I want to have stairs go up this side anyway. You could have like a little area over here, most likely under the stairs, that works as a tool bench. Or I don't know. mean, this could work as well, because then this can be a faulty one of those thingies. I do wish we had empty lanterns. We do a lot. Anyway, I do gotta finish. I just have to think. I just gotta think. But I haven't made decisions, and it doesn't help. Can't sleep yet anyway. Yeah. It's kind of frustrating that I can't just... Okay, let me fix the lights while I'm here. It's not actually dark. I can't sleep whether I want to or not, but it looks like the other way that I could. But yeah, I think that's kind of where I want to go with that, is I want to just kind of try and figure things out. But I do kind of wish we could make empty lanterns. It feels like that would have been something just kind of nice to add. Or I guess I could make a copper lantern, let it age. Yeah. And then what I would do is put that up there, or on the one that's coming out, so then that looks like that is more lit up. And it looks almost the same. So you could have where this is, it's dimming. Yeah, where are we at? I don't know. I don't know. All I know is there are so many things I feel like kind of should be in the game. Like, if we have lit lanterns, we should have unlit lanterns. Alright. Yep. So, that was actually fun. Alright, we can sleep. Alright, we're good. Alrighty. So, I hope you guys have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I hope to see you tomorrow for probably more of this. We'll see what we do. But it'll probably be this. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. And thank you for popping in, sticking around. I think I already said that, but you know what? I'm going to say it again because I really do feel grateful. And I do hope you guys do have a good day. Yeah. Bye-bye!